Alright, let's try that again. There we go. Alrighty, guys. Welcome back to the channel. Diergo207 here with you guys. Good evening to y'all. Happy Monday, July 24th. Oh shit, it was my friend's birthday today. I probably should have called him. My bad. We're back here after a, let me turn that right down. Whoops. Yeah, my audio's good. So we're back here. I haven't streamed. I've been busy. I've just been going through a severe phase of just being burned the fuck out. I've had the Carabassa for some time. I've been trying just to push myself to work on it. I think I placed a couple of steel beams, maybe a building, maybe, I think. An overhead crane, that was about it. Did a little bit of texture work or terrain work, and I just stared at it. I think that's one of the first times in a while I've gotten on the Carabasset, and I've had zero clue. Ever since the stream, I've just been burned out. Like, yeah, my whole plan to build the Kingfields industrial branch was kind of quashed. So not being able to do that kind of set me back because now I didn't have any plan to actually work. But after a while, it's like I kept looking at it and I'm like, what the fuck do I do here? Like, I want to place trees, but I want to focus on building a town because, you know, Ethan's done a lot of phenomenal work. I mean, he has actually brought the route to life. Mal's come on board and he built the town in North New Portland and has brought that to life. And I'm just over here like, all right, I've done jack shit. Like, I've had this route for years now, and I've done jack shit. And I've been kind of just feeling like crap about it. But I haven't really done any actual work. Been on Kaldvann. Yeah, I just been kind of staring at it too and just being like, what the fuck do I do? I've been kind of derping around a little bit today just because I've had something. I've just been trying to find like a flow. It's not good. So I guess we're just going to kind of take a look at the work I have done a little bit and maybe see if I can't push myself to do something. I'm going to show you guys like the nighttime here. Like, I've been very proud of the nighttime. Anyways, so we will pop back out. So this is Kaldvann. It's been worked on a little bit since you guys last saw it. I kind of put some trees here in this park. I've been redoing the buildings a little bit. I moved this sawmill over, so that kind of got moved. I actually did work on the tracks. I redid the TRC for a lot of my crossings here, so we actually have like some crossing or form of crossing. A very hodgepodge makeshift crossing as well over here, and whatnot. So I did get the TRC to work. This crossing is functional. The only downside is the pedestrian gates, the 6-foot or the 4-foot pedestrian gates, they don't work. And then the amber flashers, the DIY amber flashers from, I believe it was Reggie's trains, they don't work, even though I've added the new tag to them. So either the scripts, the asset itself is borked, or something. I'm not entirely sure. And I've been working a little bit on Imskip's yard. So Imskip kind of has their own yard. I did kind of loosely base it off of particularly the sit track arrangement. A little bit I kind of based it off of what's that? Flagstaff yard. But yeah, this is just a little yard up here. Just have some equipment lying around for no good or particular reason. But yeah, so that's kind of what's been going on over here in Kaldvann. Redid the hospital, so they have a new hospital building. Got a couple of houses out here, but just been kind of like redoing up the buildings and how things look. Just a bigger kind of community parking lot. Trying to get it in order. I also added sounds. Let me actually go ahead and turn this up. Of course, we're going to probably get our ears blasted by that damn foghorn that I've yet to replace. But there are sounds. So you can, it kind of just, it comes to life a little bit. Kind of nice when you're kind of standing, like, let's just say over here. get some like actual jet noises. But we are gonna turn that right down to not annoy you guys. So anyways, so that's kind of what has been done recently. Not a whole lot else has been going on. Actually, no. So I did connect the Nidsund, so it kind of flows all the way through for the most part. It's still rough because the immediate coastlines aren't done. The main trackage leading out of this island have been connected up to the Y, as well as the port, and now the trackage heading this way is starting to get connected up. I did have to lower this down a little bit to kind of sink down to meet the port. This trackage over here has not been connected up to this portion yet. I can't remember what the last thing I showed you guys was, but I did work on this a little bit. This is before the call our Carabasset. I did add this big junction for the freight off to the right, the express in the middle, and the commuter line off to the left. So those are actually getting connected up. The station for Hammerin is being placed in. I just have to put platforms and stuff like that. The bridge comes over the main road into town. This heads out it this way. Heading out this way, links up with the commuter line. I wouldn't say too much has gone on over here. I'm actually going to probably be replacing this tower, possibly, with something else. I was redoing the shopping district a little bit, so that's been kind of getting rearranged. Wasn't happy with it, didn't like the way it looked. Felt maybe it needed to kind of come up a little bit. Everything's going to be kind of on levels or tiers. That Walmart's going to get raised up. The road's going to kind of maybe stay down here and then lead up into it. So maybe just kind of make it look a little more, not natural, but just kind of makes sense with the mountain right here. Maybe different levels and such. It's not such a deep cliff area. There might be a small residential area kind of back up over here. Kind of some like cheaper apartments or something like that close to the shopping district. But I did put all these up here on the platform. Gas station over here, BP. Car wash. The Octan will be going somewhere, but just trying to make this area look a little better. May make a little more sense. I also didn't like how the main avenue was going to have to curve right, then go back left. And also the food, the fast food joints being along this like secondary road. After a while, it's kind of like, yeah, you know, maybe that doesn't make a whole lot of sense. That I could see that creating huge traffic nightmares and just big snarls. So yeah, so I opted to get rid of it. Yeah, I did something like that. I don't think there was any new houses placed in over here. I think everything's pretty much the same. We do have a little freight line that comes in the back here. A little older industrial line that may have come back here to the textile mills, and actually a little bit of rail still left over. I might put like a older style door up here. This would have been like a warehouse they were loading cars into. It was a bit elevated up, but the tracks still exist as there's no real way to get rid of them. So that's, you know, a little something to show that the rail line still exists in some capacity, as it looks like this building has been repurposed for something different. Not too much else, I don't think, in that section. Kind of have a small community going in over here. I was finally able to use this damn traffic light, which makes me happy. Yeah, the TRC's just been borked up to no good, so it's just need to be replaced. Kind of got this intersection in. It's a little wonky, but it'd be fun to create it. The police station now has a large antenna. A Safeway has gone in, an older style Safeway. I fell in love with this, so I plopped it in. There's a condo getting built back here. Premium real estate close to the ballpark that would have been sold off, and instead of having an open area for small tents and food to go, a controversial decision has been made to build a condo, which will kind of overlook the ballpark, much to many fans' dismay. This intersection, instead of curving this way, now flows through. And the highway and the big bridges back here got yeeted. The three long bridges, they got yeeted, so now it just connects up. The highway stays low. There's probably going to be an off-ramp, or an exit there, which would have been newer, because this exit here, I believe, is exit 2. Yep, this is exit 2. Exit 1's way over there. So this probably would be exit 2A or 2B. This would be a newer exit they added in long after the A13 was built. So this is kind of something that happened up near me with Portland. They used to be, I mean, my exit didn't go anywhere, but I used to live on exit 5. South, or Scarborough was exit 6. Then there was 6B for the, I think the term, or the 295. Then it was 7 for the main mall. Then it was like 7A, 7B. 7A was the jet port. 7B was that Rand Road. Goes to Westbrook, and then exit 8 was actually going into Westbrook. But they redid it all because they added so many exits after the fact that when they built the main turnpike. So they just renumbered it for the mileposts that the exits sit on. Just to make it a little more convenient and easy to understand. Still love this area. It's all textured and, well, mostly textured, but it actually looks like a put together area. Still have to build this parking lot. I decided this area here is going to be older, narrow streets. You know, kind of one of the older villages that are still intact of Kaldvann, or Trondheim. I don't think I'm trying to think like what else I possibly have done, because I really haven't done much. I mean, not that I haven't done much, but I haven't had any motivation to build, so I'm not entirely sure like what I've done. I know I placed this house. There you go. That's something I did. Yeah, I don't think there was too much else that I did. I think I put down maybe some textures and maybe some markings. Yeah, I did the grass over here, so that's going to be a park. Roundabout back here, which I'll have to put something in the middle. There's going to be like another roundabout right here. Yeah, I think I might have drug out some of the street markings. Yeah, some street markings there. Trying to get some of the streets kind of not finished up, but at least like drug out, especially like over here, because this is an area that I've really neglected. Like this area of Trondheim, and then this area over here, like I have not done shit with this area, and kind of sucks because like I really want to do something. I just don't have an idea what, because you know I haven't one-for-one copied Trondheim. I mean, the Nadelva kind of, you know, how it flows. You know, it's kind of a loose copy of Trondheim. You know, and where the student society is gone, and so on and so forth. But like, oh, and the district names, of course, you know, those are a little on par with the actual Trondheim, but everything else is kind of very much freelanced. You know, obviously there isn't this big city with big buildings and stuff, and this railroad here. You know, this has all just come from my own mind. But the thing is that this area here, I haven't included what to do with. Like, there needs to be possibly some older industrial back here that this railroad would have serviced. Like, I'm trying to see if it's at all possible to somehow to get this line to curve this way without being too dramatic, and possibly have it come up at least to here. I don't know. Might not make sense. I might not do it. I'm not entirely sure, but there needs to be like old infrastructure. Because the big thing is like the city of Trondheim, for a lot of it, back in the day, was built up on these lower banks. And this right here technically is a lower bank that they built up. But a lot of the town existed along through here, and went along. Like, I've established the lore of the A13 here. This used to be what they called the Vanngata, or Water Street. And that was kind of like the main drag. Like, a lot of, like, there was like little docks off the side of the river here. There was houses all the way around through here, warehouses. Like, there was a lot of stuff for the longest time. The city's heart was all through here. Which is why the railroad bridge here is a swing bridge, because for the longest time, a lot of the city's commerce was all through here. Over time, when they started adding in the bridges and stuff like that, it kind of started decreasing land value. Then they widened the roads instead of having very big sidewalks with a lot of commerce on it. It created a lot more traffic, started making the land very undesirable. Eventually, they had trolleys going through here, which was a lot of noise. They had the train line over here, which was a lot of noise. They had just all sorts of noise going on through here. The boats started becoming too big, and it was becoming an issue for them to turn around and negotiate the river. So eventually the area fell into abandonment, disrepair, and there was a lot of violence and underground criminal activity going on over here. So after World War II, when Norway and France were liberated, and subsequently Kaldvann, because the two parent colonies being France and Norway, or parent kingdoms, I guess, when they were liberated, and Western culture started kind of seeping into Kaldvann, especially when it became a NATO base. The highway needed to come into here. Well, you can't just burrow a highway under the city, especially back then. It was too expensive, so they had to look and see, like, where could we put a highway? And one of the areas they've been trying to clean up was this area along the riverfront that was essentially abandoned and just riddled with just crime and garbage and trash. It was just an eyesore to the city. They ended up coming in and, we talk about inexpensive, or it's too expensive to dig under the city to build a tunnel. Well, it was pretty expensive to bulldoze all these buildings and pretty much create eminent domain. But the highway went in. Of course, that comes with its own set of controversies, because you have this beautiful waterfront, which could have been redeveloped. Now the city's cut off from, but, I suppose it happens. Yeah, not too much else has occurred. I guess that's going to be the catchphrase of the day. Sorry, throat was going dry. I suppose we could maybe try and plop down some houses back here and maybe touch up the rail yard and get that figured out. Maybe do the engine service area and maybe actually do some track laying. That would be a shock. Just trying to find, like I said, I'm just trying to get like a work ethic back and figure out something, because I don't know. I've been in this weird funk. And I've been trying desperately to figure out like what exactly the issue is, or what could possibly be going on, or something. But I've been a huge loss, huge loss. So yeah, it's just beating the hell out of me, and I don't really really know what to say about it. I don't really know what to do about it. And, yeah, it's just been one of those weird cases. Of just like, what the hell do I do? And yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Um, like I said, I felt bad giving the route back to Ethan, and not having really have done anything on it, because that's essentially what happened. Is I didn't really get anything done on it. Um, just 'cause, like, what the hell am I supposed to do with it? I'm especially considering, like, I had no motivation, and there was no real, like, clear way of, like, doing anything. So I don't know. Like, I'm trying to, like, put it into words, and it's not coming out correctly. I don't know. It just baffled me. Like, I'm just in one of these weird funks. It's like I have been so out of whack that I have not wanted to paint any of my fictional airlines, which is, a little out of the norm for me. I've been so much in a funk that I haven't wanted to even fly on the flight sim. I haven't wanted to play a baseball game. I haven't wanted to come onto trains. I haven't even wanted to run trains. Um, I went and dabbled around my model jets for a little while, and yeah, there was nothing there for me to do. Um, I pretty much spent almost all day the other day. Was it yesterday? Maybe the day before that. Yeah, I think it was the day before that. I spent like almost the whole day just driving around in my car. And with these gas prices, like, I really shouldn't be doing that, but I was just bored. Like, I had no idea what to do. And that was the real kind of kicker, was like, I spent all day like, oh, maybe I'll go do this. And I'm like, no, I can't, I don't really want to do that. And it just, that was the theme all day, was just not knowing what to do. And yeah, it just started to get old, started to get tired, and I don't know. Like, I guess sometimes, like, some things aren't for you to figure out, and you just kind of have to ride it out, like, whatever you're going through, and stuff. I mean, this isn't like a drastic mood or anything that's gonna really affect me too much, other than just being bored. So, I'm not too concerned of, like, why am I in this funk? But the big thing is, like, is more along the lines of, like, all right, like, what is going on? Like, can I get back into it? Because the thing that's bothering me is that we have so much work left to do on the Carabasset. We have so much work left to do on the Carabasset, and I can't afford to just start neglecting to do it. And I guess also it is coming from, like, a place of pride, because my team members are working vigorously. Mal came in, and I guess one night, or it looked like one night at least, he just kind of shat out the work he did. And it's fucking incredible. Like, there's a couple ads I want to make. Like, there's, like, a gas station I want to replace with something, like, a little more main-like. And maybe, like, a building that might not fit exactly the theme, but I have a replacement that, like, it looks roughly the same. It just feels a little more New England. But he totally did fucking phenomenal work. So there's no question about that. Like, but other than that, it's like, um, and then of course there's Ethan. He's just pounded out the route, like, zero fucks given. He just comes in there, does literally everything, no sweat, builds the route, makes it look absolutely phenomenal, like, gorgeous, and then, you know, just makes it look easy. And then there's me. And I know it's kind of been said, it's like I've been working on this project for so long, and we're just now finally getting the work going, and it's a shitty excuse, it's a shitty reason, but like I kind of do believe it a little bit. I've been working on this route for so long that it might just be a case of I am burnt out, maybe with just the route in general, and on top of being burnt out with the route, like I'm just burnt out with everything. It's very possible about that. Um, I was talking with my sister, um, and listening to her talk about certain things, it might have, it kind of occurred to me, maybe I'm just burnt out with the world around me. Not because of my sister, just to be clear, like my sister's not the reason I'm burnt out. I love my sister. Um, I'm actually hopefully going to see her. I think next week or around that ballpark, maybe like next Friday, or not this upcoming Friday, but the Friday after, going out to New York to see her. Just have to figure out how the hell I'm getting there. Um, but like because she goes through a lot, and just listening to her talk about certain things, like it occurred to me, like hey, maybe I'm burnt out with just the world and life, like maybe I'm just a little burnt out on the things going on around me, which is, like I said, extremely possible. You look at the world that we're still living in, and every day it's always something. Every day there's something else going on in the world that sucks, and so on and so forth. So it's extremely possible that I am burnt out on this stuff. So I don't know. It could just be the Carabas. It could be more than that. It's likely it's more than that. Just given the fact that like there's other stuff that I normally do that I haven't been. Um, but just looking at my team around me, it's like I finally have something. I have people that are helping contribute. It's not just me and Sean anymore. It's actually like a little team, and here I am, fucking just derping around doing nothing. Like even tonight, it's like here I am streaming Kaldvann. You know, the only real person that's gonna be mad if it doesn't get released is probably Sean and I, and maybe Ethan now too, because he's invested in the project. But it's I don't know. It's like watching them do all the work, and then looking at all the stuff I've done. It's like I haven't done shit, and I think that's what's kind of getting to me is like, I'm going through this endless cycle of like, all right, I need to work, I need to get stuff done, but then I'm like, well, I'm tired and I don't really have the motivation, and I will say that's kind of a reason or a source of disagreement that me and my ex always fell into, and partly a reason why we didn't work out particularly, was because I am partly an unmotivated individual. Um, there were certain tasks that would take me a little longer to complete than normal, dishes being one of them, as I look over towards my sink and still see dishes. Like, even when I lived on my own, dishes were always a struggle. That being my old apartment in Illinois. And that being said, it's like when I lived with her, it was like that would always spark an argument. Me not doing anything, me sitting on my ass just playing my game and building this fictional route, and when I have dishes to be doing or other chores or errands to be running or like helping our parents out doing something, which always annoyed me. It was like, I love your parents, don't get me wrong, but why is it I always have to go help them out? Why don't you ever help them out? Like, why is it always up to me to have to go help them? Has it ever occurred to you, like, maybe it's up to you to help your parents? Which is a whole other conversation for a entirely different day, but that was something that definitely always killed me. Yeah, I need you to go over and help my mom do this. Well, why the fuck did you volunteer me? you know, last time I recall, she didn't give birth to me. Yeah, she gave me a place to live, and don't get me wrong, I loved her mom, but um, was not my mother. So, yeah, always keep that in mind. Maybe for your future relationships, like it's nice to help. I liked helping out our parents when I actually wanted to. But if you want someone to go help, maybe someone in your family, it is always very polite to ask that person, hey, my mom needs help with this weekend. Do you mind going over and helping her? Yeah, I can do that. Instead of being like, hey, I know it's your only day off and you work your tail off loading jets for a living and moving, lifting, pushing, sliding, dragging 56,000 pounds a day in the sweltering heat or freezing cold. But you're going to go over and help my mom out with X, Y, and Z. And it's like, gee, thanks for asking. It's not like I wanted to sit down and maybe, I don't know, not move for the day. Because what's keeping the lights on and what's keeping the bills on is my job. Not moving your mom's bureau for the 9th time because she didn't like the location of it. I don't fucking know. The point being, it just, that always bugged me. But like I said, I know one of the issues we always had was that severe lack of motivation, especially towards the end. I don't know what it was. I mean, some could say it was a little bit of a depression in there. Um, I've definitely been told by a therapist that it definitely is depression that generally affects my motivation. I hate that excuse sometimes or all the time, just because it's like, all right, like I get it, depression sucks, but like, come on, like, I suppose I do have to have some accountability here. Like, it could just be the fact that maybe I'm lazy. It's a very distinct possibility. I'm probably just lazy. Um, Shit, I lowered all these tracks. Uncool. Um, yeah, that was always one of the big sparks of arguments was that lack of motivation. And again, maybe that could be something that's creeping in now that I just need to figure out how to fix it and move along with it. Because not that finishing this route is life or death, or it's something that needs to be done, but it's something that I need to be prioritizing, especially when I do have free time like this. Not sitting here building a rail yard on the Kaldvann. I'm doing this just because I am fried, and it's like there is also a time where self-care is also very much appreciated. Um, and I suppose this would be one of those times where it's like, all right, I gotta go back to work tomorrow. Maybe I should just go ahead and do something for me, um, something that I enjoy and something that I want to do. And this is something that, yeah, I want to do because I got nothing else going on. So, yeah, it's been very weird. And I guess another thing, too, is like, it's warm outside right now, and like, I want to go outside, but it's freaking oppressive. Like, it's, for Maine standards, like, I got used to Maine living again. It was in the upper 90s today. Very oppressive humidity. Like, even tomorrow it's supposed to be, like, obscenely oppressive. Um, it's like, all right, I can't really ride my bike in that kind of weather. Um, yesterday I had a lot of fun. Went and played mini golf with my little brother. But that costs money, and I don't have a ton of that lying around these days. Like, I do need to be considering the future and the fact that there is a potential recession coming up, or we're in it, or like it's almost for sure that we're heading into a recession. Like, maybe need to be saving some money up instead of spending it. But there's also the fact of, like, I only get to be this age once. I only get to be young and having fun once, and it's the real first summer I've had. Like, the last real summer I had was the summer of 2019. That was the last summer I really had where I did things. I traveled, and I got to just live. I got to be young. I got to go on dates. So that was like the last time that actually I did. It was also the last time I got laid. But anyways, it just yeah. I don't know. Finding words has also been a struggle lately, and like even just interacting with friends. It's been something. It's been something. You know. But I guess besides the point, yeah, I don't know. Don't know. But I'll get back onto it, maybe as the year pushes along. I know this has probably happened to me before, like, I think it's a case of, like, I've done the same thing for so long that it's like, alright, like, what next? And maybe I just need some excitement. I just need to change the scenery or something or whatnot, because I've been doing this for so long. And through my talking, it's like, I guess also to kind of maybe explain something else. I use these live streams as kind of ways to vent, because I don't really have a lot of It's not that I don't have a lot of places to go and talk. It's just I can't afford a lot of places to go and talk professionally. So I hate to, sit here and say this is my substitute to therapy, but this is also how I get stuff off my mind. Um, and like the other week, streaming the Carabasset with Sean and Mal and them going on about Ugandan fish, I actually get kind of pissed off about that. I kind of expressed to Sean, like, hey, listen, like, I use these as my little way of getting some relief, of venting, and just getting stuff off my mind. Otherwise, I'm gonna go fucking mad if, I have to think about all these things any longer. So, like, understand, I'm not trying to inherently be an asshole, but, at the same point, like, these little live streams are my way of just blowing some steam off and getting some thoughts off my mind. So, in case anyone cares to know, that's also why I talk about personal things so much on my streams, or why I share my day. It's my little, I guess, kind of vlog, I guess you could call it. With each episode or each stream that I do, this is my little way of getting thoughts off my mind. Um, I think it's been a great tool. It's also nice to go back. I don't often watch my live streams back because cringe. I already can't stand hearing my own voice. I'm sure many of you would agree with that statement. Um, you can't stand hearing my voice, but I think that's too steep. I'm gonna redo that. But yeah, so like without this outlet, I probably would have lost my head. I probably would have definitely uh, lost my marbles a little bit or something, because I have tried and tried and tried and tried and tried to just find an outlet, just to find someone to talk to, because I think it's healthy. I think it's helpful to have someone to talk to professionally. Um, you know, I do know some people like talking to their friends, but do understand, especially these days, some friends might not be able to handle listening, and I know I utilize my friends way more than I should. Um, and it possibly is either annoying or very unfair to them, because they didn't sign up to be my personal therapist. Um, is that feeling stop asset? That is I think a JR asset. Yeah, it's JR EB fuel pad. It came with one of their routes. I forget which one. I believe it is a payware asset though. I can verify that with the content manager real quick. JREB. It says modified. List dependence. No, it only came from the Carabas at the Kaldvann. It's been on pretty much every version of the Kaldvann that I've had. Um, yeah, I could have swore it was payware, but it might not be. I would just double check that first, because I've always been in the assumption it is. But yeah, it is a very nice asset that I love using. But anyways, um, yeah, I don't particularly think it's fair to my friends to have to listen to me so much. Um, I'm thankful they do, but there are days I can tell, like, maybe it's just my mind playing on me, playing tricks on me and stuff like that. But there are days I can kind of get the hint that they don't have the capacity to listen, or perhaps they just don't care. And that's not a dig at my friends. Like, hey, I get it. I complain slash vent a lot, like a lot. So like, I get it. There are days I hate listening to me talk too. Like, don't get me wrong, I hate listening to me talk sometimes. It's not just video playback. It's just literally I hate listening to myself talk, because I know I can go on and on and on and on, and I do. Like, you guys are probably very aware, and many of you are probably clicking off like, Jesus Christ, he's fucking doing it again. Like, I just came here to watch him, build some trains, herder, build railroad, whatever, or fictional country, or whatever it is you guys tune in for. Um, but it's it does get annoying for me to sit here and go, Jesus, I'm bitching again and again and again and again and again and again and again. And it's like one day, like, it's bound to stop, right? Like, my only task in life isn't complaining, right? So like, yeah, just listening to me complain all day. Like, if I get annoyed with it, I'm pretty positive the people I'm close with probably get annoyed too. And that's just the honest truth. Some people say I'm harsh on myself. I like to be real. I like to try and keep a realistic mindset in on things, especially with how the world might view me. I think it's just healthy. Might not be great, but it's healthy. Um, but anyways, I don't know what the fuck I was talking about. Possibly motivation or whatever the fuck it was, but yeah. moving along, I guess. I guess in good news, though, while we're here, Boston Red Sox got their asses royally kicked the other day, and that's always a bonus. My big thing is how does one lose that badly? Like, how does a team, a professional team of any kind, lose so drastically and so miserably? Like, you're a professional team. Like, yeah, I know there's one winner, one loser, whatever. I get that concept. But how in the world do you get your asses kicked that bad? Like, that's what I don't understand. Is how does a team lose that bad? The score the other day for the Boston Red Sox playing against the Toronto Blue Jays was 28-5. Now, I'm a New York Yankees fan, so I don't particularly care. Like, it doesn't bother me in the slightest to watch the Red Sox get royally kicked. It doesn't. I will never, ever, ever lose sleep over that fact. Like, it makes my day 99.9% of the time to watch the Boston Red Sox get their asses royally kicked. It will forever put a smile on my face. That is one of the few things that makes me smile. But it just does baffle me, I guess, how one could lose so horrifically. It also baffles me, like, why? There we go. Like, you get paid to play baseball. That's good for you. But I don't know. Like, you get paid to play baseball for a living. So how is it you suck that miserably? I just don't know. Like, it just blows my mind that a team could lose so bad. Like, when I was watching it, was it Thursday or Friday? I think it was Friday. Um, I looked up at the TV at the Golden Rooster, and the Red Sox were losing 11-3. Okay, not bad. I mean, bad, but not the worst score I've ever seen. I've definitely seen teams come back from less. Okay, is what it is. But at the top of the fifth inning with 2 outs, they had 2 outs. It looked like I was playing Super Mega Baseball on, like, pretty moderate difficulty. Because the Blue Jays just scored, and they kept scoring, and they kept scoring, and they kept scoring. By the time the inning that the top of the inning was done, by the time it went to the bottom of the fifth, the Blue Jays went from 11-3, I believe, to 25-3. There was 14 runs given up in a single inning, and I don't even know what was before that. If the score going into top of the fifth was 11-3, I'm not entirely sure. Maybe there was more runs given up through that inning. I will never know. But that is embarrassing. Like, that is beyond embarrassing. That is miserable that a professional baseball team or a professional team of any kind could give up that many runs or that many points in a single span of time. Like, yeah, like baseball, or I'm sorry, football, like, yeah, you can give up a lot of points in a very short amount of time, just because the way they earn points is different. But in a game where you only can score 1 point per person, The maximum amount of points you can score in one go is 4. If the bases are loaded. That's that. Like, you can only score 4 points in one go if the bases are loaded. But the fact that that many points was allowed to be given up, and the fact that there was an in-the-park home run. There was an in-the-park homer. There was a picture that came out of the Toronto Blue Jays dugout. And I don't know the player's name, but he had enough time and to make, like, I think it was like fruit cocktails. He had like some fruit and he was making like little fruity cocktails. Not like actual cocktails and stuff like that, but like they were just little like energy drinks with fruit in them. Like that's how relaxed these players were from the Toronto Blue Jays. It blows my mind. It absolutely blows my mind. And people have said to me this week, like, okay, well, you're a Yankees fan, so, like, why do you care? I only care because that's just embarrassing. Yeah, I'm a Yankees fan, but I like baseball. Like, I love baseball. Like, ever since I've been getting back into the sport, I've been reminded how much I love the game. And I wish as a kid I had pushed myself harder to understand the sport and play the sport. Like, it's not an easy sport, but it's definitely a fun sport to understand and watch, and even play. Like, it's fun. Which, a lot of people will probably say, and I've definitely heard this many times before, baseball is very boring. It's like, yeah, I mean, it's a slow sport. I think it's a low action. It's kind of a low action, low scoring sport. In most cases, I mean, when you're not absolutely shredding the Boston Red Sox, it's generally a low-scoring sport. Like, I think your team's great to walk away with 7 or 8 runs in a game. Yeah, it's a pretty great day. So, that's good. So I can understand the argument where people say baseball is boring. But I think those are people who don't really understand baseball or have never given baseball much thought. Because it's not like, it's not football, it's not hockey, it's not one of those sports. It's different. There's some thought that has to go into the game. I do think the coaches are a quintessential part of the game. And that could be said for a lot of games. I mean, yeah, that the coaches, they kind of have to be there and making the calls and stuff like that. But a lot of the even like the baseball highlights I watch usually involve a coach. And even like the umpires, like they're a big part of the game too. Like, especially when Joe West was an umpire, if you're familiar with that name. But there's a lot of thought that goes into it. It's kind of like, I think as my dad's put it, it's kind of like chess. Baseball was created by people from the what was it, the 1800s. I mean, baseball's been around for a long time. A long, long time. And I mean, a lot of the rules they talk about, it's almost like a chess match. I mean, I don't know. That's how it kind of strikes me. It's very methodical, and it's very. I mean, it is very stats oriented as well. I think the stats have definitely played a big part in baseball for a while, but I don't know. There's a lot of thought that goes into it. It's just fun to watch and keep on, and especially like it's nice to kind of put it on and kind of leave it going in the background, which is something that I am guilty of like 1,000%. I definitely have put on a baseball game and just kind of left it running in the background while I do whatever it is I do. It's baseball is also definitely very much like a listener sport. Which is why I think it did so well, because in the era that it came about, the only real thing they had was radio. So if you think about it, like baseball hasn't changed much in how we consume it, because it's still very much a listener's sport. But listening to some of the older gentlemen talk about baseball and how it's changed from when they were kids, you had these announcers that could paint the picture for you. They could take the scene going on in the field and paint it so vividly. They were like storytellers. And now you have the announcers, and they're kind of just subpar. Hearing these older gentlemen talk about it, and then listening to the broadcast that I listen to for baseball, it's like, yeah, they're not like they used to be. And I mean, obviously things change, but and how people consume media now is so different from how it was in the fucking 20s. But um, still, it's kind of sad, because it's like I hear these older gentlemen talking so fondly um, about baseball, and it's like, man, I don't hear them talk. I don't hear them announcing baseball like that, and at all. So let's see. Hold on a second. Just need to look at how this yard's set up. So I have the track that passes through. So kind of the main line. I have kind of a foreign power track back over here, possibly for the Kaldvann National to kind of throw some trains out onto, or just some equipment that needs to get thrown out over here. We have the arrival. We have the departure. We got... oh, I forget the name of that. It's kind of the runaround. These are just some storage tracks. Then we have... oh, what did Mal call this? This is, shit, what's this called? Don't message me, Mal. Oh, crap, Mal sent me the list of, there was some, assets I needed Mal to send me earlier, and he finally sent them over, so... what was I doing? Oh yeah, looking at messages from Mal, because there was a name for this. I gotta find his track diagram of... there it is. Classification. It's a classification track, so... so, get class 1, 2, and 3. Got a little equipment storage track over here. I could probably throw like another one over here somewhere, possibly. Got 2 miscellaneous tracks. Got a runaround track here. Hi, Toby. Hello. Oh, you're a cat. Hey. Hey, come here. Oh, what a guy. What a frickin' guy. What a dude. Dude. Oh, excuse me. Oh, you yawned too. So over here we have... I don't know, this track here. I could probably take a track or two and put some engine storage. I haven't really thought out the roster of the I'm Skip Railroad, or whatever you want to call them. I mean, I did paint up, if I could find it. It's up here. Nope, gotta be further up. I remember airs. Let me see. Doobie. Oh yeah, I know what I got. Yep, I think I got some jet blueies. Yep, jet bluey. Jet bluey. Got a KLM. Yeah, I do. Anyways. EFLX. That's nice. Oh, you flopped. Oh, what a guy. Let me see. There it is. So I got the Jeep 38. Yeah, 38-2. Love this engine. I think they're going to be numbered. Fortunately, the zeros are Bork, so it's going to probably be like 311. Somewhere around that ballpark. Probably have 5 of these. Just kind of want to plop down what I'm hoping to have for locomotives. Visuals kind of help me out a little bit. I mean, this isn't going to be a huge railroad either. It's going to be rather small. I mean, they don't do a whole hell of a lot. They don't have a lot of trackage rights or trackage leases going on through the country. So I think I missed a number. No, 11, 12, 13, 14, and then 15. So probably have that. That'll probably do just fine. Let me see. What else could we throw in here? Probably a couple of SWs. Probably be wise. Yes, I love it when it pre-caches my content. I'll never for the life of me understand why Union Pacific had letters in their number boards. Hey, buddy. Toby, Toby, Toby. Toby. Hey, running me the teeth. Oh yeah, the River Street Rambler. Oh, the sad JRLX 1500. Like the single chime. Whoa, hello. You meowing at me. Why'd you meow? Why'd you meow? I'm trying to stream here. What are you trying to do? Run a criminal enterprise? More than likely. You know what would be good? If you got me a Pepsi. Yeah, what if you got me a Pepsi? Oh, you're a cat. Aw. Ooh, I like this. What a nice scheme. I like that a lot. Oh, hello. Hello, what are you gonna do? Oh, okay, you go over there. It'd be nice if it didn't say American on it. Okay, go be a cat. Aww. He's being such a love. I love my cat. Oh, just a love. Oh my god, is that the end? Oh my god, I remember this. When I first started playing Tane, this is all I used to use was this IORY. What's that reporting mark? IORY. I think like it's Indiana or something like that. Indiana, Ohio Railway, possibly. But this is like the only locomotive I would use. You know, I thought this was like the greatest locomotive because like the beacon and stuff, and I don't know, I loved the hell out of this locomotive for no reason whatsoever. Because it was like the only locomotive I'd use at all. I think the horn on it too. Like I liked the horn because at that like those days I didn't know how to change horns and stuff like that. So like I thought like everything was stock and stuff like that. So I used to just love the hell out of stuff like that. And I guess we'll just use these guys real quick. Oh, look, D-Bev. Thanks, Conrail. Let's see, let me scoot up real quick because I'm sitting like 9 miles back from my desk. Do they have ditch lights on them? No. Of course they don't. Probably just a pair of switchers. Yeah, we'll just number them on the. Actually, I wonder if I went like this. Oh yeah, didn't like that. Nope, they are just 116 and 115. Oh, okay, well that works too. So we're just gonna keep it that way. So we'll do a pair of that. What was that? SW1? Yeah. Look at this little dude. Also, the paint scheme kind of fits too, so might just give him an SW1 for the fuck of it. Yeah, just need some ST40s as well. Let's type in the number correctly. I'll eventually skin it myself, just because, well, I did this on my own, so I guess I can do the rest. Like, you know, I just gotta figure out like where everything is on the mapping. But I should be able to do everything just fine. Again, I just gotta do it is the big thing. Oh, that is... what the hell is this? What are these? MW. Well, I guess better question is, why are these? Bacons! Kaldvann. There's the KNRY. There's one of the SD40s. I think it's like one of the very few units that actually work. Mm. Love it. Nice models, like, just trying to figure out where the hell they came from. That's an H3 Trains one. That was fucking shiny. Probably just end up using the, No, I hate that fucking headlight. Yeah, it's got some ditchy boys. We'll use that. Oh, they're not plow mounted. Oh, I was like, where the fuck's the front end? It's a high hood. I forgot NS does that. Yeah, why the hell not? I should probably have, what, 4? Yeah, it's probably a decent roster. So, it's about 12 locomotives. Should be more than fine. I mean, really, their whole operation is out of this yard, the port. They do service another dock way around over there, which I'll probably have to build a spur to it. Actually, I think it gets serviced over here. I gotta build a line. Well, actually, no, because that gets piped in, so I don't really need to. But they do run this way and connect up with the yard. That's gonna be somewhere over here. The yard will probably actually end up being like over here-ish. So they service that. I don't think they do anything else, but 12 locomotives. They do end up running some of their freight out of here. I think they will occasionally head out across the way. There's a yard I'm probably planning on building somewhere in this neck of the woods. It's probably gonna have to go like over here, because you really can't get a yard in anywhere over here. I could try, but I'm not up for that challenge. Probably be a yard somewhere in this neck of the woods, which is probably where the town of Alsund is going to go. Or Ailsund. But I think I've dicked around enough. Probably should get back to doing something. Well, hello, Toby. Where'd you go? Oh, there you are. What are you going to do? Hey. Teeth. Let me see them. Let me see them. Yeah, let's go back to placing buildings. So I guess the field pack can fit 2 GP38s. Nice. Yeah, the roster doesn't need to be anything too extravagant. You know, nothing wild, but yeah, I'm probably gonna add a area for engines to get set out, or just not set out, just parked. I think it'd be wise just to have that. Yeah, we'll give the engines a place to get set, parked for the night. This probably isn't one of the worst yards ever built. Probably isn't also the best either. But I think Sean would be pleased with it. I know he's seen me build more horrific yards. So I just looked up at the rim of my ceiling and walls. I noticed I have like, I just counted 22 of those like, I guess daddy long legs looking spiders. My cousin calls them cellar dwellers, because that's, well, name implied. But because every time I go outside, like a swarm of bugs always comes in with me. And it gets annoying, but I was looking up, I'm like, man, I have a shit ton of spiders in this house. But they're doing a good job of catching the bugs. I mean, like, I'm looking at the wall and I see, like, all these bugs caught up in a web. I guess that's the benefit of hanging Christmas lights and leaving them up in the living room year round. Is that when bugs do fly into your house, they fly towards the light. So it's almost like a natural like bug catcher. Why they go towards the Christmas lights, I don't know. I haven't a clue. You know, they swarm around the light outside, so I mean, you know, whatever it is with the illumination. But whatever works. I mean, spiders will catch them, and they're having a field day. I'll just take anything but daddy long legs or wolf spiders at this point. Creepy little fucks those are. You know, if this was also my old computer or my laptop, it would be screaming right now with this procedural track. Glad I actually have a computer that can run procedural track. Let's see. Yep, all of our locomotives can fit in one track, so that's good. Finally have a little yard built over here. I mean, I might end up replacing the track with something a little more worn out looking. I'll probably do that at a later date. Um, but for now, this track will do just fine. I think I might detail the area around it. Actually, wait, this is the first yard. This is the first yard I built on the new Kaldvann. I actually think this is the first yard I built in Kaldvann ever. Because I think... Did I have another yard on the old Kaldvann? I might have. I'll have to check. Let's see. Convene. Nope. Oh, wait. Wrong menu. Nope. As you noticed, I can't spell. Oh, it's got a subway. They lied to me. Hygiene section. Like 1,000 different flavors of ranch dressings, I think. More hygiene. Frozen suppers. Beer. More beer. Or no. Oh, beer over here. Milk, orange juice, juices, Coca-Cola. More juices, Red Bull. With the Beppis. Is there no Beppis in this store? Alright. Gotta get rid of it then. Don't tell me none of these stores are gonna have Beppis. Oh, that's discrimination. Oh, that's total discrimination. You can't have a store without Beppis. Yeah, we're gonna have to talk about this. I'm very upset now. There's that. Yeah, I think the dual pumps will work well. Just give it a little more service. I would like it if I could have like a just two pump a 2-bay pump here, but fortunately I have to make do with what I have. Beautiful. Wish prices were still that low. They could probably get rail served too. Have like a track that comes here, drop off the fuel. Probably do that. Oh, excuse me. Get the lanes out. Helps if I start from the very end. There we go. There's a bug in my eye. That's always fantastic. I live for this. Yep, it is still there. Great. Now, the thing with the highway is, at some point, it's going to have to come across, which I think we could do that right over here-ish, because this trench will be deep enough where the bridge won't be so tall. It's got the gap up, because we're going to have double stack containers coming out of here. The thing is it's going to be heading for this bridge. And we need to make sure it's wide enough to, or it gets over here to do so. To get to this big fuck off bridge. Ugh. This big giant fuck off bridge. This bridge is going to need a name at some point. I'll have to figure out a name for it. But yeah, the B-43 is going to have to come over here. As it heads away from the town. as that. Let's see. 1, 2, 1, 2. Apparently this highway slopes to one side. I'll figure out a way to hide that, probably with some trees or some shit. There. Got at least the off-ramp marked out a little bit. Looks a little odd. I guess it looks a little odd because I don't have a slowdown lane or a lane dedicated for the off ramps. I think this is actually supposed to come out and then it curves off, but because it's actually coming out of the lane, it's a little different. So, not used to that. Ooh, that's a good look to it. No, don't do it. Don't. No, you're gonna get suckered into it. Don't do it. Walk away. Walk away. Before I get suckered into needless detail. Alright, I downloaded a catenary. I was considering doing a electric line somewhere on this country. Do triple track. Problem is I don't really have any electric locomotives that I could use. That is not at all what I wanted. Ooh. Ooh. I like that. I mean, that would suck to hit, but... Actually, no. Every 60 seconds in Kaldvann, an hour goes by. Uh, I don't know where you heard that rumor, but that's the kind of stuff that bothers me about the world. They spread so much falsehoods about this country, and they don't actually understand how life works here. An hour, a minute, no, fuck. Probably some trees back here. Maybe a wall of some kind to delineate the rail yard. I'll come back and do more detailing on that gas station. No tunnel. Alright, let's see here. So yeah, some trees would do well back here along the rail yard. Try to make a natural noise buffer barrier thing, whatever. Yeah, just this is incredible information I bestowed you with. Goat yawn. The only sad thing about this town is, despite how cute it is, it's gotta be fucking noisy here. I tell you that. Like, this town has to be very noisy. Cause let's think about it real quick. This town is situated right next to a large port. That's gonna be noisy in itself. Like, there's gonna be a lot of noise that comes from that. On top of that, there's a railroad that runs right through the middle of town that services said harbor, along with their rail yard that's right over here, right next to a residential neighborhood. The icing on the cake is the fucking runway for the airport is also right there. Like, this town must never sleep, because it has to be so noisy. Because the nearest house to the runway... Oh, let's just have that. Yeah. It's only 266.4 meters to from the nearest house to the runway, and that comes out to, you know, what is it? 872 feet. It's not a lot. That is not a lot at all. 872 feet. I mean, to be fair, there's going to be a lot of trees that sit between here and the runway. Hopes to try to drown out some of the noise, but it's not going to be able to take care of it all. Like, that is the only real downside to this little town, is that it must be so noisy. So I was hanging out with a friend once, and he lives, I wouldn't say close to the Portland Jetport. I mean, we're not far away, but we don't. Actually, let me see. Hold on, Portland, Maine. I'm gonna measure it on the map just by the crow flies. It's actually weird that like half of the Portland Jetport doesn't even sit in Portland. Like, a point in the ramp, like, yeah, there was a whole corner of the Portland Jetport where, like, a turn on the ramp, I would be in South Portland for a whole hot minute. But the middle of the runway, let's just say the middle of the runway. I know you guys can't see this, but trust me, I have a point. To his backyard was 2.81 miles directly from the middle of the runway to his house is 2.81 miles. And directly from that point is a highway, oil tanks, a cemetery, more oil tanks, a little stretch of water, a shit ton of houses, all mixed in with trees. And we heard a jet land one night, real early in the morning too. It was like, yeah, probably about 1, 2 a.m. We heard the thing land, and it was loud. Uh-oh. Yep, allergies return. Must be getting ready for work. But, I mean, it was loud. I'm like, Jesus, that... You know, I knew what it was, but I was kind of taken back. I'm like, what the hell was that? I was like, oh, that's the jets landing. I'm like, you can hear it that bad over here? Like, incredible. Actually, I'm going to move this over to here. Kind of put this on the corner. Move this down a little bit. Actually, a lot. Move him down. I'll probably put him on the other street. What I might do real quick is just plop all the houses down that I want, and then I'll just rearrange them. The problem is finding out what houses I want. That's a cute little house. I also want a Pepsi here shortly. I also should switch the song, because I've been listening to Like a Stone by Audio Slave for like the last 40 minutes. It is also not a 40-minute song. It's a great song, don't get me wrong, but I've been listening to it on repeat for the last 40 minutes. Let me actually switch that up so I can listen to another song for the next 40 minutes. Yeah, do some Soldier Side by System of a Down. So yeah, what I'm thinking for this area is pretty big residential area. Kind of goes along the tracks. Might come out to about where the texture change is. Then it's going to start tapering off into just roads with, you know, a little less grid, more just kind of winding roads. Houses. I might put a couple of shops somewhere off over this way. Maybe closer to the B43 where it comes over. Like I might put some stores over there. Like a Haven Freight. A Haven Fracht. Huge tool sale. But yeah, the only issue is like trying to find houses that I actually want to place down. So let's see, house. Found a lot of great German assets though. these houses are gonna work well, like over here. So on and so forth, but hmm. Oh, let me take a trip to the download station real quick. It's a damn moth that keeps dive bombing the damn computer screen. It's driving me up a wall. Hmm. Huh. Well, I guess I'm kind of stuck with what I have. You know, watching that little stutter, probably should go ahead and save the game. I think while the game is saving, I'm just going to quickly break, grab a soda. Anyways. Not that I needed the soda, but whatever. That's a cute little house. That's adorable. Love it, they snap together. See, I wish there was more of this, like just other just residential houses that snap together. Fucking love that. Maybe it should all just be the same style of building. You love to see it. Yeah, I like it. 2, 2, and 2 all on the same street. Alright, more houses. Ooh, they had a smaller one. I'll think about it. We'll come back. So let's see. It's probably going to be a small parking lot here for the school. Be some play areas for the children. Put the basketball court maybe a little closer. Kind of near the main courtyard area. I could have swore I had a playground asset. Let's see who made it. I want to say it was WR. Shit. Who would have made it? See, I wish I would have plopped it down earlier. Probably me. H-I-J-K. I feel like it was something to do with Kinder. Nope. Alright. It would have been this one. God, where is it? It was like a playground. I should have saved it. I don't remember the name. I have a whole ass airport, but I can't remember the name of this goddamn swing set. That's nice. It's a big building, though. Ah, where'd it go? Actually, I need that. There we go. feel like it was around here. I just can't remember. Because fuck me. Don't, but, you know. My phone's about to die, too. It's all falling apart, folks. God damn it, where'd it go? Ah! Yes. I don't know what the noise I just made was, but alright. Haha! So we're gonna exit out of this and just let my phone not die. Let's see. Have a bright yellow ass house. What's this? Hmm. Okay. There's some buildings from Trondheim that I wanted to use. I think they're over here. The fucking bug just smacked my face. Okay. Just about ate him off. Didn't want to. Alright. Always great. Fantastic. Good times. Oh, that's over in Marienburg. Let's see. Load. Yeah, that's the TK buildings. I just need to like finish this mountain range and like maybe put some small hills through here. I also need to work on this coastline a little bit. I kind of want to make it a little more jagged and whatnot. Maybe match this. touch these areas up to match this island a little bit. I got some coastline work to do. Always fun. Yeah, I don't really need that. Yeah, actually, I'll probably put that, it's probably a T intersection here, so I'll put this house right here-ish. Maybe tuck it a little back off the road. Let's see, what else can we add? Like that already exists. Yeah, over there. And actually put something like this across from the Aldi. Might just make a little more sense, I guess. Small parking lot out front. I know what I can put here is like a small little like a split level apartment. Go next door. there's like no other textures or anything, but quite happy with just seeing some buildings. You know, it's something I always love. I just love looking out into the distance and seeing the big mountains. Nope, it's not as far as it'll go. I just always love seeing them. Like even the cliffs way off over there. Like, there's something about it I love. Like something about those two hills over there. I love it. I love seeing mountains in the distance. Oh, here comes my cat. Oh, hello. Where'd you come from? Oh, hello. Hmm. A very relaxed man. Where did you just crawl out of? Oh, yes. Come here. Oh, you're gonna go up there? Okay, you lay down with your bags. Here you go. Yeah. What a man. What a man. Oh. Oh, man. Alright, you continue to be a man. What a guy. I don't even know what the fuck I was saying. Oh yeah, mountains. I don't know, just something about the mountains in the distance I love. I mean, even if the mountains just look like that, I mean, it's kind of cool. Yeah, I'll need to add some more mountains and stuff in the area on this island, or more terrain features. Let's see here. So we have the hospital, we have Aldi. The Harbor Freight, I could put over there, but I'd rather shove it off that way. Yeah, I'd rather push that off over here-ish. Yeah, like a Harbor Freight, maybe a Dunkin' Donuts, and maybe another gas station or so. So we have a Speedway, we have an Octan. There'd probably be another Speedway that goes in over by the airport, somewhere over here. probably be toward the exit for cars leaving. No sense in having it near the entrance. I'll fix those later. I'm should be more preoccupied with this. I need a few houses back here, maybe one on the corner, maybe one here. This can be a small park. I definitely need. I might extend this over. I need houses on the block. Hmm. Yeah. Just trying to think of like where I should put things. Definitely need some trees in here. The other thing is we have the ferry service. I need to build a small ferry dock, which needs to be down somewhere in here. I'll probably level this area out back behind the hospital and create a small custom dock. And there also needs to be a small road that goes up here to this. Now, I don't exactly know what this is. I know it's a radio tower of some kind. Let's see, actually. It's, Relay Hertzine. Relay Hert. Oh, that's in French. I think I found the... That's a microwave beam. Hmm. It's just a relay tower. So it's just a radio tower. That's all it is. But it looks like it has, I guess this would be like an electronics room. And this would be necessary to service the tower if need be, I guess. There's the deck. There's a door there, and a door there, and a door up here. So yeah, I guess it's just a larger tower. Obviously, I assume this one will be used for boats and such. Actually, I wonder. So that's called Relay Hartson. I wonder if there's another one somewhere in the download station. Nope. Nope. Sort of. Well, there's certainly something. Hard scene. Eh. I did download something. That's very high up. Can we come down lower? Yes, we can. Interesting. Anyways. So yeah, and a road of some kind will have to come up to here with a small lot. I suppose there'll be like a overlook of some kind people can come to. Able to watch the boats come and go. Probably put a small retaining wall out here, extend it out just a little bit, or something. I don't know. Just a thought. But if a dirt, would it be a dirt road or a regular road? Let's see. Just gravel. gets steep on that part. What if I took this? A little windy road. I like that. Kind of snakes its way up there. It's kind of nice. Maybe there's someone that built a house up here. And let's see. I do have quite a few like mountain-esque homes. Just remember who the hell. I like that. It's a nice little house. Maybe I'll back him up a little bit off the road, though. There. Oh, that's a big house. Holy hell. It's a White House. Not to be confused with the White House. Alright. So that house is established. Probably should maybe flesh out the roads over here real quick. Possibly put a small parking lot in over here for these residents. Like, for these apartments, it must be nice, because your parking lot's going to be over here. But for these residents, it's going to suck. Yeah, I'll flush those out as we push into 3 a.m. How long have I been going for? 3 hours. Yeah, I'll do that real quick, and then maybe wrap this up. Alright, so let's see here. So I will go ahead and grab Zeus. I always hated that I did this off kilter. Okay, and that's not going to help me either. We're going to grab the grid real quick to help me out here, because otherwise I'm going to probably fuck something up, and yeah, we don't want that, so... So also I need to look at it real quick and kind of figure out. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So six apartments per building. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 6 times 8, that's... Yeah, 6 times 8's 48. Kept thinking 8 times 8 was 48, but it's not. 8 times 8 64. I forget the rhyme. It was like 8 times 8 64. Something, 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 something. I forget the fucking little trick to remember that one. Anyways, so 48 parking spaces minimum. Well, that's just for one car. Yeah. So 48 times 2, that's going to be 96. So I need at least 100 parking spaces just to meet the minimums for this complex. Because let's just say each family, they say the average household has 1.3 vehicles, and it's like 1.5 vehicles. Like, where the fuck are you gonna get a half a car? No, if it's anything greater than one, or if it's like 1.5 or greater, it's 2 cars. They tried pulling that shit at a town meeting for a development they want to build by my house that I don't want, because I'm a big NIMBY. I'll put it that way. Not in my backyard. Yeah, there was and they said, oh, well, the average, because we were worried about traffic in my town. And they're like, oh, well, the average family in the United States has 1.3 cars. And it's like, where are you getting that? How do people have 1.3 cars? No one has 1.3 cars. We just need to say everyone in the U.S. on average has 2 vehicles. Like, just say that. That's much better. Like, the average household has 2 cars. Because you think about it, husband, wife, if they both have a job, more than likely they both have a car. More than likely. I mean, there are circumstances where they do not, where it's a 1 vehicle household and they share. Maybe they work opposite shifts from each other. But most households that I know have 2 vehicles. Minimum. And then you have kids, and they grow up, and of course, then then they're gonna have a car and stuff like that, and it's just the circumstances. Um, there's always gonna be something, but to say that the average household has 1.3 cars is just I think wildly inappropriate, because where are you gonna put half a car, or even that point 0.3 of a car? Where does point? How does one? Does everyone have like a Ford Expedition and then a smart car? Is that where we're getting the point 0.3? Is that what the point 0.3 is? No, because I'm not understanding that one. But if we're looking at this from statistics for my country, if we're gonna say a household has 1.3 vehicles, then we're just gonna have to round it up and say, all right, they have 2 vehicles. So you must be getting close to 3 a.m. because now you're sitting next to my desk. Actually, yeah, it's 6 minutes of 3. Toby likes to park himself next to my desk as the evening drags on, and he likes to just sit there until I'm done with the night. And he'll keep coming up to me every little bit through the hour as it gets close to 4 a.m. Because when I stand up, he's going to either want to run to the bedroom and have me pet him, or he's waiting for me to go to the bathroom to turn on the sink because he wants to drink from it. And this is pretty much just the nightly routine. Alright, so let's see. Alright, so that's drug out. But yeah, I just did not like that, the statement of households have 1.3 vehicles. It just, that, when they said that at the town meeting, and it already wasn't going well, like the meeting was just, the guy in charge of the development was an ass, I'll put it that way. I still loved it when someone asked him to get off track absolutely for a second at that meeting. Someone asked the developer, why did you pick the land you picked? What made you decide that you wanted to pick this land here in Saco? Like, what about Saco made you fall in love with that location? Is it something you had your eye on for a while, or is it just something that someone, an investor told you to buy? And the guy, he's just like, oh, well, I just love Saco, and it's quaint feel, and it's beautiful downtown and stuff like that, and the friendly people and all that stuff. And I grew up in Westbrook, and I just love the quaint feel of Westbrook and just the sense of community. And it's like I'm thinking to myself, man, I don't know what drugs he's been smoking in Westbrook, but Westbrook is not very quaint, all things considered. Not not really as quaint as one would like to think. I mean, if that's what you think, then be my guest. But yeah, not Westbrook doesn't really strike me as a small town. But it's like he just gave kind of the most very generic, bland answer. Like, it was just kind of offensive. I want to say offensive because it seems kind of funny. Did you just meow at me? Did you just meow at me, sir? Did you just meow at me? Huh? Are you meowing at me? Are you meowing at me? Yeah, I'm talking to you. Yeah, you're a cat. Go be a cat. I'll come over there. I'll pet you. But I suspect that's what you want. Oh, you're a cat. But that doesn't support their argument against traffic. I suppose it doesn't support the argument against traffic, Unreal. But after he gave that bullshit answer about why this guy fell in love with my town, they, oh god, he wants to build us. It's kind of like a miniature plant community and stuff like that. But it's like, after he answered the question, someone asked, well, how many parking spaces are going to be available? You know, or no, what did someone say? No, they don't even ask how much parking space was going to be available. I think they just came out and said it. Um, they said there's going to be like, I forget how many different units, but I think it was something along the lines of like 670 to 700 parking spaces, or something ridiculous. It was a high number. Maybe I'm grossly, inflating that number, but I know it was a really high number of parking spaces. I have the paperwork somewhere. I could probably dig that up. I kept the schematics of what's supposed to be in there, because I'm pissed about it, just like the rest of the community is. I should probably actually message someone about that, because I haven't heard anything on that development in a while. Um, but regardless, but yeah, they came out and said that, and someone was like, "Well, where are they all gonna go?" Because what it sounds like to us is that there's gonna be a lot of parking issues with that facility, because I think they said basically they had enough parking spaces and they were 2+ spaces to the good. Like, they had the bare minimum amount of parking spaces, and they only had, for this entire little planned development, they only had 2 extra spots. That's it. They had 2 extra parking spaces. Where are guests going to go? Because there's no guest parking lot. It sounds like to me that they're trying to cram as much, they're trying to cram as many people into a location as they can, and not going to be providing them enough parking. So what that also sounds like to me is that people are going to be parking on the streets outside of the residential development, which means they're going to be parking on the street I live on, which means they could potentially be parking down pretty much where I live. And I don't want people parking on where I live because my road's not built for that. There's not enough room. That's just going to create a lot of problems. And even on Route 5, the other road that's on the back side of this development, where this development would link through. He's not even from Maine. Yeah, actually, it's been rumored, and someone said he's from Massachusetts, the developer. Also, sorry if I'm not responding to your comments right away. My phone is pretty much dead, so I have to look at the browser on my desktop while I'm also building in trains at the exact same time. So my apologies. Yeah, someone said that the guy who is developing the land, or who purchased the land and is going to be selling it to be developed on, is from Massachusetts, which would not shock me in the slightest, because that just sounds like every fucking developer that's come up to my town pretty much in the last 2 years. They're all from fucking Massachusetts, or from like somewhere else. Like, something else that's kind of like happened in my area is that people moved away because the housing market blew up, and so they realized, oh, I can get a lot more money for my house than what I bought it for. So people were obviously selling because there would be a fool not to. Like, I would say if I had property that, let's just say I owned property somewhere, and given how the housing market's been going, yeah, I probably would have turned around and sold it, made a good profit off of it, if it's something I didn't need. or if I lived in a place that maybe I didn't like. Let's say I bought a house in Illinois. Like, let's just say that. Let's say that me and my ex fiance ended up buying a house, and we still split up, you know, after a while and stuff like that. And I had this property. Obviously, I didn't want to stay in Illinois, but if I had a house out there, I wouldn't be going much anywhere. Let's just say I wanted to come home. Housing market's all screwed up. I definitely would have sold that house and turned around and made a profit. Um, but a lot of the people who were buying the houses were either from inner city Boston, who no longer needed to live in Boston because now they can work from home, or they're from Connecticut, or they're from New York, or they're from a lot of people from Texas have been coming up here. Um, we've had people from Texas, we've had people from California, we've had a lot of people from like Long Island, New York, um, coming up here. A lot of the people that lived in like the well-to-do areas of New England, particularly Connecticut, Rhode Island, and Massachusetts, have been moving up here. Like my neighbors, um, two houses up from me are from New York. Houses next to them, I think, are from. I think the husband's from Massachusetts. Two houses, or next house up from that, they're from. Shit, where do they come from? Want to say they're from New Hampshire, if I could put that into two words. I want to say the house on the corner, the girl, the guy, there was a New Jersey plate. My neighbor's across the street. She's from South Portland. He's from Colorado. My neighbor directly to if you're looking out from my house to the road, he's from here. He's been here his whole life. My neighbor's diagonal have been here their whole lives. My neighbor Beth, she's from Maine. So, but when I growing up, I mean, all my neighbors from Maine. The Haskells are from Maine. The house next to them are from Maine. Sean Ross he grew up in Saco. The Pribishes, he was from, I think they were both from New York, Long Island, but you know, they're very, very great people. Pretty much everyone around me was from Maine, excluding the Pribishes, but they get a pass because they were the nicest people I've ever met. Um, but the people who moved away and sold when the housing market blew up, a lot of the houses got bought by folks from away, or they were bought up from rental companies or just investors who don't even live in the state of Maine, who are either using them as Airbnbs or renting them for an insanely high price. Like, that was the other thing too, was like the development they want to build by my house. The guy, they said, oh, this is going to be, you know, some of the most affordable housing in all the city of Saco. And I piped up and I'm like, how much is that going to be? You know, I'm a student aviator. I don't make a whole lot of money. I work at the Golden Rooster. Um, you know, how much would you guys be charging for a single unit? And he's like, well, I'm glad you asked that question. You know, a single unit in these buildings would be I'm probably going to grossly inflate the number because it's been a little while since the meeting. I think the meeting was like May 25th. It's now well over. It's actually 2 months to the day. So 2 months later, I want to say it was like $2,500 a month. And I'm sitting there thinking, all right, let's just do the math real quick. I make, let's just say $340 a week. I make $1,360 a month, excluding tips. You know, let's just say I also make $60 a night. There's an additional $180 a week. That's $720, and what did I say, $1,360? That's $2,080. Let's just say I get $60 a night. I don't get $60 a night, but between my average, if I'm thinking about it, I get roughly $60 a night. Some nights I don't. Some nights I walk out of there with 28 bucks. But you mean to tell me that a lot of people in my situation, you know, let's just say you make state minimum $15 an hour. Why is my brother up? Oh, he's finally sent me those videos. 15 times 8 is 40. That's not right. $15 an hour. Is 120 bucks. Yeah, 15 times 8 is 120. Times 5 is 600. Times 4, that's $2,400 a month, excluding taxes. So even at $15 an hour minimum federal or state minimum wage, you're making $2,400 a month. Most people in my area are making $17 to $18 an hour. Taking the higher end of the spectrum, 18 times 8, that's 144 hours or $144 for one day's of work. Yeah, 8 hours of work for $18 at $18 an hour, you're making $144 for one day. Let's just say it's a 5-day work week. That's $720 for the week. Times 4, that's $2,880. That's excluding taxes. Probably with taxes, you're making probably a little less than what they're charging for a unit. I don't know anyone in my age bracket. Okay, I don't know very many people in my age bracket that are making more than $18 an hour. I don't. I do not know anyone in my age bracket that is making more than $18 an hour. You are very hard pressed to find someone my age making that money. A lot of kids my age are either just getting out of college or are working 2 jobs. Most kids I know my age are working 2 jobs because they can't afford to live off of just a single income. When I was working at Northeast Air, let's just say, my shifts were 10-hour shifts. Because I get in at, it was the 2 to midnight shift. Because it was 1 to 11, 2 to midnight. So yeah, I was making 17 times 10, it's 170, times 4, that's 680, times, it was every 2 weeks, so I was bringing home, gross was 1360. I know I was bringing in about 940 after everything was said and done, so 940, and I was working 2 days at the Golden Rooster at the same wage. So keep that number in your mind, 940. So 940 plus 17 times, I think it was 7, which is 238. So 940 plus 238. I was working 2 jobs. I was working 6 days a week and only bringing in $1,178. Well, actually, that's incorrect because, hold on. I said 238 times 2 plus 9, did I say 60? Yeah, oops. So every 2 weeks, I was bringing home $1,436 because I get paid weekly at the Rooster. That's 2 jobs. One job I was working 10-hour days outside doing a hodgepodge of work, like a large hodgepodge of work. I still say I was grotesquely underpaid at that job, but I was only bringing in $1,400 every 2 weeks, and per month, that's $2,872. It's not terrible Because if you think about that, in a 12-month, that's $34,464 a year. And I was still unable to afford things. Heating oil went through the roof, and it was tough to try and fill the tank when you're also trying to put food on the table when food's getting expensive, and um, trying to put gas in your car, and you got car problems, and all this other crap, and it's like, well, how the hell am I supposed to get by? When inflation is going through the roof and gas prices are soaring, and I'm commuting. I mean, I at that job, I was running myself into the dirt, and I kept trying to ask my boss. I'm like, hey, you're opening up a supervisor position soon. Like, I do really have the want to go for that position. Like, I really really want to do it. Particularly for financial reasons, but also like I do want to move up in the company. And he kept teasing it and teasing it and teasing it. And he never ever ever released it. I feel like that job it was two big red flags to kind of also just keep going off track from the original topic that I'll get back to the development. But that job, my boss was very 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 against us talking about our wages. He hated us talking about our wages and would actively get mad at us or reprimand us for discussing our wages. Any job that tells you you cannot discuss your wages is not a good job. It just isn't. Any job that tells you you can't discuss your wages is breaking the law. Under the Obama administration, um, so I can back it up real queer? Wow, real quick. Wow. Okay. Hold on. Was Yep. There goes Indiana banning abortion. Let's see. Hold on. Yeah, it's the National Labor Relations Act, NLRA, or the Act. Employees have the right to communicate with other employees at their workplace about their wages. Pretty positive that was under the Obama administration, as far as I'm aware, but it is a protected right. You have the right to discuss your wages at your job. And if any employer gets mad at you for doing that, or openly tells you to not discuss your wages, then they're hiding something, or they are grossly underpaying you. Because the thing is that my boss was always like, well, it creates a lot of problems between employees and stuff, so we try to avoid having people discuss their wages. And that was just totally wrong for him to even sit there and tell us that. Like, the last day I spent at my job before I walked out, my boss Ricky, he had pulled me in the hangar, or we had a talk because I had to put in my 3 weeks prior to that, and I ended up agreeing to stay because I had really 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 wanted to. I was just I was tired of the wages and stuff like that. It just wasn't good enough. I needed more money. I needed more money because it just what I was getting paid wasn't enough to try and cover everything I needed to cover and do everything I needed to do. Like, I'm trying to fix up this goddamn house and stuff like that, and it wasn't enough to keep up with what I needed. So, um, so yeah, I opted to to put in my 3 weeks. I gave him 3 weeks. I was being generous. I'm like, hey, listen, like I'm not trying to fuck you over, so like, I'll give you at least 3 weeks so you can try to find someone to replace me. But after that, like you're on your own. Um, so almost all the way through, I sat down with my boss. I'm like, listen, like I'm having second thoughts. He's like, well, let's sit down and talk. Like, we are willing to offer you a small raise and stuff like that. And if you're willing to do truck QCs and stuff like that, like little quick checks on the truck, it's not hard work. We can offer you an extra $1. I'm like, ooh, that's a pretty good offer. Like, I wouldn't mind that. And like, yeah, I'd be willing to take on a little more responsibility. Like, yeah, I'm already doing a lot of other shit too. Like, again, I do deeply feel that ramp agents are underpaid. For how much money the airlines make, it's like I do 100% believe that ramp agents are underpaid. I do. But besides the point, I agreed. I accepted that offer, and I kind of just went back to normal. Well, silly me, um, I neglected to check in to see if the raise had gone through and was reflecting on my paycheck. So finally, after a little while, like I kind of told all my coworkers, kind of hush hush, word of mouth, and they'd kind of put two and two together, like, you know, Boudreaux said he would only stay if he got a raise, and he stayed. So, because there were some coworkers I didn't really say anything to, and they kind of inquired. I didn't really say anything. I was kind of like, maybe, maybe not. Just kind of let them figure it out on their own, whatever. Neither confirmed nor denied. But my boss Ricky, the last day I worked there, he pulled me in the hangar to have a hangar chat, because that's something he's famous for. And so he pulled me in there, and he goes, hey, so there was two things. One, he was very dissatisfied with my performance at work, which over the course of the few weeks, like, nothing was getting better at the at the job. We were quickly approaching summertime, drastically underprepared. Um, he had my friend um, Matt Barry, who had put in his 2 weeks, who was phenomenal, still is, was wonderful with aircraft. He was a supervisor at MacJets, which was our competition, and whatever. But he, they weren't doing anything to try and keep Matt. They were just going to let him walk away. He had kind of made Matt, or not Matt, there was kind of just some things going on, but, kind of background shit. But, like, also, yeah, just, I could see it, I'm like, this company just doesn't care. It's like, they weren't willing to give anyone any significant raises to help out. They weren't willing to do anything to try and help out with the insane rising cost of everything. But the boss, the owner's son, who is due to take over the company, just went out and bought a brand new Pilatus PC-12, or a used Pilatus PC-12. And it's like, wow, cool. I'm working my tail off, trying help you make a profit and stuff like that, and there's nothing you guys are doing. Like, I am jumping through fucking hoops for this place, because I'd always been told, like, hey, supervisor position coming. But the thing is I got pulled in the hangar. They told me they weren't impressed with my performance lately, and it's like, I could be doing more, and it's like, more? What more do you want me to do? I mean, I'm in the ditch picking up trash for you guys out in the parking lot because we want this place to look great. We want this place to look clean and immaculate 24/7 because we're an executive aircraft terminal, and that's fine. Like, I'm all about an image. I respect the image, like, but at the same point, I'm down in the ditch picking up trash by hand. I'm always there to do something, and you're not impressed with my performance, really. Okay. So that kind of grinded my gears. But then my boss, he was like, and also like, there's rumors floating around the department that you've been, telling people that you got a raise or something like that. I'm like, um, and of course I'm not just gonna tell Ricky because of course he's so against us talking about our wages. I'm just like, no, I haven't really said anything to anyone. Um, the only person I've really discussed things with financially is Matt, but that's I haven't really discussed raises with him, which I did, but it's none of Ricky's concern whether I did or did not. And he's like, okay, well, like I just kind of wanted to get to the bottom of that because we really don't allow people to talk about their wages with others, and also like I just don't want any falsehoods getting spread through the department. I said, well, to be fair, Ricky, it's not entirely false. He said, we did discuss that raise. He's like, what raise? I'm like, the raise that we discussed when I revoked my 3 weeks. He's like, oh yeah. I'm like, yeah, that raise. He's like, yeah, about that. I'm like, yeah. And he's like, unfortunately, we weren't able to approve that. It was too much, and the company deemed that you're still too new. So unfortunately, you're just gonna have to wait until next October. And I'm like, so I'm gonna be here. Well, like I'm gonna be here for a while before you guys even consider giving me a raise of any kind. Yeah, and it's still for consideration. And it's never a guaranteed. I say, and I'm like, oh, okay, that's fine. At that point, it's like I already knew it in the back of my head. I'm like, nope, I'm done. I'm fed up. I'm like, whatever, just gonna go back to my day. Like, I'm done. I'm pissed. I'm just gonna go. Whatever. Just Ricky's gonna go home. I'll just bitch about it all night. Whatever. It's fine. So I go back inside. Ricky comes in, pulls Maddie out in the hangar, and I know like Matt's getting ready to resign himself, or resign soonish. He's still talking about it because that's right. He hadn't put in his notice yet. And so they go out in the hangar, they're chatting. Ricky comes back in and he's like, hey, you need anything else, Jaden? I'm like, nope. I want nothing to do with the guy. I'm like, I'm about ready to tell him to go fuck off. Like, I just live it at this point. I'm like, nope, I'm fine. He's like, all right, have a good night, great weekend, whatever. I'll catch you next week. I'm like, mm-hmm. So Matt comes inside and he's just shaking his head and he's like, so, I hear you didn't get your raise? I'm like, pardon? He goes, well, Ricky just pulled me in the hangar and we had a little talk about the fact that, you didn't get your raise, so like I don't need to worry and stuff like that because me and you are making the same wage. I'm like, wait a second. So I can't discuss my wage, but he can go out and openly discuss my wage for me and use it as a bargaining tool to assure you that, hey, it's okay, like you're not the only one making like no money, because I'm also making no money as well. So suddenly it's okay. I'm like, that's fucking bullshit. I said, you know what? I think I've had enough. Like, I think I'm 100% done. Like, I think it's time for me to just go. There's nothing else for me to do here. And the janitor, shit, what's his name? Greg was like, he respected me all day. I was just pissed, and he knew it. And he's like, oh no, you should wait. Think it over. Don't do anything drastic. And it wouldn't be good just to abandon your post and stuff like that. I'm like, Greg, I've had enough of this place. I've been here for so little time, and it's already driven me mad. Like, I cannot stand this place. Between Ricky and just the absolute garbage management, I do not understand how this place has ever retained employees this long. And so, he's like, okay, well, Jesse's in the hangar, so like, if you want to go talk with him real quick, and maybe just express to him what's going on, maybe he can get something going for you. I'm like, okay, so I go out in the hangar, and Jesse was in that brand new PC-12 I told you that the company had just bought. And I go out there and I knock on the fuselage. I'm like, hey Jesse, you in there? And I could hear him in there, but he wasn't responding. And he's very particular about his aircraft. I didn't want to climb on board his plane because I'm not really allowed. So I knocked a few more times, and I said, you know what? Yeah, if he can't hear me knocking, then there's just no point in me sticking around. So clearly he's too busy with his own little world. He's busy with his new toy. So I'm not gonna bother. So I go in and I told Greg, I'm like, nope, sorry, he clearly didn't hear me. I knocked a bunch of times and shouted his name, and he's too busy to care. So and yeah, I told Greg, I'm like, nope, I'm all set. It's been a pleasure. It's been an honor. I'm out. And I left. I walked out. But the red flags that popped up with that job were, don't discuss your wages. They openly told you not to discuss your wages. The other thing was they were always saying, hey, don't worry, like, we're going to be opening up a supervisor position, so, like, it's more money and stuff like that, so, like, if you want to go for it, like, just show us a little more initiative, like, help out a little more. They were always hanging that over our heads to keep us working hard because we felt, oh, hey, we can move up. We can move up to make more money if we just keep working hard. And hard we worked. We worked hard. Me and Matt both worked very hard because he had medical bills he needed to pay for. His wife and him just had a miscarriage, and it almost killed her. She was in the hospital for quite a while. So he had medical bills, and honestly, like, I wanted to go for it just because, like, I'm trying to get caught up. But if it came down to it, if me and Matt had honestly, if they had opened up that supervisor position, and both of us had gone for it, I would have bowed out and just given it to Matt because honestly, he was already a supervisor at MacJets, so he was more qualified. But also, he genuinely needed it more than I did, and that's how much I respected that dude. But besides that point, they were always dangling it over our heads, like, oh, if you just go, a little more, go work just a little bit harder, show a little more initiative, we'll give you this, raise, we'll give you the supervisor position. And it's like, oh, the supervisor position. It's like the golden covenant and stuff like that. And it's like, oh man, I just gotta keep working hard. I could move up, and it never came. It never ever came. So it's like, huh. That was another red flag that popped up. Was like, yeah, they're always dangling that over us, saying just work harder, work harder, work harder. And us thinking, oh man, yeah, we could use that money, work harder, to show the boss man that, hey, we're worthy of that position. Only for him to turn around and blatantly tell us, oh, I haven't seen anyone work that hard, work hard enough, so no one really deserves that position. So it's like, okay, well, fuck you. First of all, like, go fuck yourself and the high horse you rode in on. But that was just kind of shit. But like, the main point is that even when I worked that job and when I worked at the Golden Rooster at the exact same time, 6 days a week, I mean, yeah, I'm not working the most hours in the world. I'm not working the hardest jobs in the world. There are people doing a lot more than I'm doing right now. There's people working 3 jobs. There's people working 2 very strenuous jobs. There's people working doubles all the time at their main job that might be very labor intensive. like back at Southwest Airlines, people did that all the time. But still, I'm devoting my whole work week, my whole week basically, to these two jobs. I don't get any free time. Like, the only free time I got was Sundays, and I was so tired that I really didn't do anything. Like, I didn't have time to go do stuff anymore because I was always working. And it sucked. It really sucked because, I do enjoy my free time. I really do. I really, really, really enjoy my free time. Because I devote my whole week, my certain days to my job. I want certain days for myself, and when I have to devote that whole time to two jobs only to still be broke, it's like, something might be wrong here. And I think I discussed that with my Norwegian friend about working two jobs and still not having enough money to afford things and pay all my bills and pay rent, pay the utilities, and pay for just a phone or cable. Like, I didn't have enough for car insurance, phone, electricity, rent, internet, groceries, gas, and oil. I just didn't. I simply did not. And my rent's dirt cheap for the area. Like, if I still was paying it because the house is in such disrepair and my mom doesn't want to come help out, it's like, all right, well, fine, you're not going to get rent from me then. If you want to be a landlord, then you got to act like a landlord. Or if you want to reap the benefits of being a landlord, then you actually got to come be a landlord. I'm not just going to give you money for nothing. That's not how this works. I need you to come down here and help fix this house when this house needs to do sump pump. I don't own the house yet. I will someday, but I don't yet. I can't afford to do this. You don't live here. You live up with your boyfriend, and he takes care of his house. So you don't do anything. You just put your money away and then, pay the mortgage or whatever. But still, it's like, you want to be a landlord? Great. Then be a landlord. That entails, when something breaks, you gotta fix it. Because that was not in the agreement. But I can't go anywhere else because it's too damn expensive. But anyways, is like, even with my dirt cheap rent, and all that, it's like I still couldn't afford to just pay all my bills. It's like, this isn't fair. I how am I working this much to be this broke? It blew my mind. I'm like, this is absolutely out. This is just insanity. And I think I remember talking to my Norwegian friend about it and telling her, like, listen, I am working my tail off trying to stay afloat, and not making bad tips at my job, but like my regular job, like my main source of income is it's not paying what it should be for the work we do. And unfortunately, like everywhere else, wages aren't that much better. So even if I go somewhere else, it's like I'm still gonna be only making like $16 or $17 an hour. That seems to be like the median income. There was a couple of jobs in the area that were paying somewhat well. I think like a low 20, but it required a college degree. And hi, why are you meowing like that, huh? It required a college degree, and well, I've never gone to college, so. And many kids sit there and say, oh, well, that's your fault for not going to college. And it's like, kind of, sort of, like, college. You shouldn't have to need college for everything and anything, but that's a whole other topic for another day, and I'm going to have to start wrapping this up shortly. But the point is that, it just blew my mind. So it's like, when they talked about these new apartments coming, I'm like, oh, well, maybe they'll be affordable. No, they're not affordable. And for an outside investment company or a developer to sit there and say, you know, what, Toby? Why are you meowing for attention? I don't like that. I do not like you meowing for attention. No meowing for attention. We're all done. No more. No more attention meowing. No more attention meowing. We're gonna pet you until you stop that. Okay? We're gonna give you attention until you stop attention meowing. Because that's how, you get people to stop doing things, or animals, or you break things of a habit. Mm-hmm. Oh, you like it. You like the love. You like the loves. Oh, the scratchies. The belly rubs. Can I pet your face? Oh, I got the face. Mm. What a great little cat. I have the best cat in the world. Hi. But, what was I saying? Something about rent. Hmm. Oh yeah, but no, it's like for them to sit there and say that's how much one unit costs. It's like, well, shit, I can't leave this house, and so on and so forth. And it's like I would have to be making pretty decent money, and able to be able to afford that kind of rent, and still be able to afford, because the utilities are not included, and there's an HOA. Yeah, that's the other thing. There's a fucking HOA. I despise HOAs. Like, to me, HOAs are, homeowners associations are just despicable. I rarely, if ever, have heard many great things about HOAs. And usually, when I don't hear much about an HOA, it's because they kind of just don't do anything. Like, they don't do anything positive, but they don't do anything negative. And that's fine. I'd rather have an HOA that doesn't do anything versus an HOA that's an absolute Nazi. But at the same point, it's like there are HOA fees, and it's like, why should I have to pay a fee on top of everything else that I pay for? Why? Why should I have to do that? And then you get to dictate what I can and can't do. Like, you can have this, but you can't have that. And it's like, or you can put that in your front lawn, but you can't put that on your front lawn. It's like, who the fuck died and made you queen? I'll probably not being in high school. But, like, actually, that'll probably end up being the high school. Um, but, it's like, it just blows my mind. I'm like, how are these things even legal? It just doesn't make sense to me. It just does not make sense at all. But no, it's like, you're not coming in here to try to help the community. You're not coming in here to create affordable housing. You're coming in here using certain keywords that are trying to make us, trying to make you sound good, but you're not doing a good job of, like, actually making a difference. Because it's not going to make a difference. It's not going to make everything affordable. It just won't. You're here to make money, and that's obviously how business works. That's how this all works. Like, obviously, you're doing this for a reason, but at the same point, you're not here to try and allow us to, you know, uh, you're not here to try and help create more places for people to live in this town who can afford it. People in this town don't make a lot of money. Well, people who have lived here for a long time don't make a lot of money. We don't. People who have lived here long enough don't make a lot of money. But over time, people have moved in and they do make decent money. And that's kind of how the town's gone. That's kind of like, I mean, that's fine and all. I mean, I'm not trying to sit here saying people, can't make money or can't come in here with money. But at the same point, it's also like, it sucks for those who lived here and have been here all our lives, and prices keep going up and up and up, so people who can afford it keep moving in, but people who have been here are kind of getting pushed out. And it's like, I told my mom, I'm like, listen, like, when you get ready to sell this house, please give me enough time to get my ducks in a row to have enough money to buy this place. Like, if you can hang on for as long as you can with this place until I'm ready, that'd be great. Because if you end up selling this place to somebody else, I am not going to be able to afford to live in this state. If you sell this place to somebody that isn't me and they buy it, I can't go anywhere else. I cannot afford to live in this state, and I'm going to have to move somewhere else, and it's not going to be anywhere in New England for a while. Like, I'm going to be on again. And she ain't going to like that because she don't want me to go. But it's like, I won't have any other choice. If I can't live here, I can't afford to... If I can't live at this house, I can't afford to live anywhere else. I'm trying to get her to sell it to me for a fair family price and stuff like that, which is going to help me out in the long run until I can start making the good money and stuff like that and whatnot. It's like, I'm just praying to the gods. I gotta start, making offerings to the gods. Like, I just hope my mom doesn't fuck me over, because that would really, really, really hurt if she did. In many ways, particularly financially, but it would also really suck to have lost as much sleep and have tried to work as hard as I can to try and fix up this house without any help, only for her to turn around and sell it out from underneath me. And that's a huge fear of mine. Like, that is a constant fear of mine, and that's a fear that keeps me up at night. I know there's no sense in worrying about it. Like, I'm perfectly aware of that, but it is a huge, huge fear that one day I'm gonna turn around when this house goes, it's gonna go up for sale, and there it goes, and then it's gonna be like, all right, well, now where do I go? Can't stay here because I can't afford to live here. And I've told her that over and over and over again, and I'm hoping she's listening to me, because if she isn't, well, I'm fucked. Like, if she isn't listening to me, then I am royally fucked. And I think she is listening, but it's so hard to tell. it is so hard to tell some days if she is listening. And I'm still years down the road before I get to that point where I need to start worrying about it. But I know that when my brother getting ready to graduate soon, like that's gonna be a topic that's gonna start coming up more, is possibly putting the house up for sale. Because I think as soon as he move or gets out of high school, her and her boyfriend are probably looking to sell the house they're in. He wants to sell his house and move, sadly, closer to where I live, which can't say I'm particularly pleased with that one. But that's a little out of my control. Um, but he is, I'm sure he'd like to sell where he currently lives, and you know, as far as my mom has told me, they're possibly moving down closer to here to Old Orchard Beach, which is just around the corner for me. Um, so, which I mean, I'm not gonna sit here and say, well, that's a good thing or a bad thing, but certainly a thing. I'll put it that way. Yeah, there'll be some mulch over around the area to kind of give it a little bit of decor. Kind of be how the parking lot goes. Try to give the spaces enough width so people can move in and out. Let's see, we already have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31. So I needed 60, no, 48 spaces for a car, and it was, I think, 96 spaces to be just covering the bare minimum. I say I at least wanted 100 spaces in this lot just to have a few extras, which started me down this long tirade of, finances, past jobs, and some guy developing an apartment building near me, or multiple apartment buildings near me. It's funny how that happens. But it is things like that that does help me shape Kaldvann. And Kaldvann is very much imperfect. Um, not everyone's going to be happy, because that's just physically impossible. Not everyone's going to be happy. Even if we lived in a society, where everything is supposed to be perfect or supposed to be deemed perfect, someone is going to bitch about something. Someone is going to find something wrong with something. Like, that's just how it works. And it's just human nature. That's just how humans work. We're bitchy creatures, I guess. But the thing is that, you know, when I definitely pay a lot of attention to what's going on around me, just because, it helps me shape how this all works. Because I want it to be imperfect. I want this all to be different, or not different, but I want it to be different enough to where it sounds like it could be its own place, but I want it to be close enough to where Gunderson. You know, I want it to make sound just different enough to where you could go, oh yeah, that sounds like it's its own unique thing, but close enough to society to have a lot of the modern problems that everywhere's having. You know, everything that I do in terms of Kaldvann is sometimes modeled after things that go on in the real world. You know, I try to pay close attention to the things that go on out here, just because if I didn't, it would be boring. If I didn't pay attention to something out here, then I'm probably not doing this project any justice. You know, I want it to sound legitimate. I want everything to just make as much sense as it possibly can. And I also want. I feel like I'm rambling too much for this to make any sense. Let me try again. I want there to be imperfections because every country has things incorrect about it. Every country has imperfections. So I want this to be imperfect. I do not want Kaldvann to be, you know, picturesque or not picturesque, but picture perfect. And I don't want it to be something that, you know, is so clean and so pure and so free of problems that it just sounds fake. I want it to have problems. I want it to have its own issues. I want the people to be angry at things sometimes. Like, I want it to make sense. Hold on, I gotta number these real quick. Alright, so it's 108. These real quick. 108 and 4. Let me actually get rid of you real quick. Plop another one down. It's gonna totally make me pop a let's see if that did anything. Yep. So I would believe I unfortunately need to. Oh wait, 108 and 3. Let's see if that did anything. Did not. Use something that is fixed, or let me see, because I had to do a shit ton of stuff. TRC US 12 by 24 safe tran cantilever. Let's go take a look real quick. Safe tran, not the DLS. Although while I'm out here, installed. Let's say this was 12 by 24. Yep, TRC cantilever 12 by 24. Let's see. Open. So let me go TRCCA. Pull the line of text. Config. Custom category list TRC. There. Submit. Perfect. Config. Category TRC. Save. Close. Save Tran. I gotta sneeze. Let me just delete this. Oop, that didn't work. Oh, I froze it. Shit. Fuck. Fuck. I hadn't saved in a while. Shit. Why'd I do that? God damn it. Motherfucker. Alright, well, guess we'll go, redo that real quick. Love it. That was my own fault. Yeah, use the changes. I hope it was a somewhat recent save. Yeah, I don't think I did a whole hell of a lot. Damn it. Yep, that makes me happy. Yeah, the entire last 30 minutes of conversation was inspired by trying to calculate parking lot spaces in trains of all things. I mean, it's kind of funny how this game will get me going sometimes, and like even when I'm just doing something in Kaldvann, it will get me thinking about things, and it'll get me going just about God knows what. But well, let's save Tran. Is it still open for edit? It is still open for edit. What if I submit the edit while it's loading? I mean, if it Alright, let's see how far back it fucked itself. Alright, I see mulch. That's good. So it's a fairly recent save. I see the house, which means the dirt road is there. Should be tracks. Is it still loading? Oh yeah, it's still loading. Okay, so it was before I placed the rail cars down, after I placed that, so I have to go back over here. Alright, so let's see real quick. Yeah, so I'm just gonna go ahead and grab this again. Hopefully it won't fuck me. Because this has that is painful. like still loading in or something, or? Oh, shit, come back. Hmm. Yeah, it's still hard to look at. I'll just 108 and 3. See if that does anything. Triggers. Yeah, should work. Let me exit and come back real quick. And then we'll run a train down the street, and then we'll be good. And then I'll be off to bed now that it's 4:04. But yeah, no, I'll be thinking about something for Kaldvann, and it will spark some little seed of anger, that I have about something, or I'll be doing something for. I'll be doing something else in trains, and it will just spark something. Ah. Yeah, there we go. It was just taking a second. Alright, so there's that. This, I don't think was anything for anything important. No, that was for the amber flashers that don't work anymore. I gotta figure those out. These. It should be 102 and 3. Which I think, if I were to recall doing this, 101. Okay. 50 and I'll go 175 because I can. 50 and 175. So this needs to change to 101. The joys of TRC. Okay. 101 and 4. Bell will ring. Alright. Now we can possibly run a little train. the Gunderson stack saved. Yep, Gunderson 6. Alright, let's run a quick train. Let me turn up the volume so we actually have volume. And we'll run a little train and then we'll go to bed. Nice to recall, nice request. You're a cat. Be a cat. Oh, man. What are you gonna do? Boop. I got your tail. Yes. I don't think we've ever really run a train on the Kaldvann. I don't really think that's something we've done. Tubes. Tube. Tube. Minu. Oh, what a Minu. That is not a Minu, that's an airplane. Let's see. I'm skip. Probably should shorten the trigger over here. Just since it's a hand throw, he's not going to be close. Got to the switch. 7:02 in the morning. Everyone's wake-up call is here. Perfect. The little red lights are flashing too. No one sleeps in this town. That is going off way too early. It might be going off with the other crossing shit. So that signal never went off. Or it never rang. You see, I could have swore I set that. I'll take one look at it, and after that I'm going to bed. I'll test it tomorrow when I get home. So let me see. This signal, I could have swore I set it. Bell ring continuously. Set to a different one. I'm gonna set that down to like 100. Set that down to like 100. Yeah, I guess I don't need to like fudge something real quick. CA, TRC, CA. I guess. I'll do is I'll set that to ring continuously. Then I'll just go ahead and lower it. Hit. Alright, I lied. I'm gonna just check real quick. Make sure that all works. Then I'm off to bed. Just one more round, just one more round. Ugh. There. Here we go. Let's see. Alright. Over to here. I'll take this out because, let's see what, no, that's not it. This today. anyways, I'm getting off track. Well, I think we've done enough work. I'm actually quite happy with, I'm quite happy with the work we did today. It wasn't a ton, but I don't know. I mean, I think I did okay. Knowing me. I mean, 4 hours and me rambling and moving about and doing all sorts of other stuff, and I don't know. I think I did okay. So, I don't know. But it is 4:30. Late getting to bed, per usual. So I'm off to do that. I do appreciate you all for watching and joining me on this little journey. Yeah, it's nice. So, I am gonna. I don't know how we'll be working in Kaldvann much. I mean, did okay today, but ugh, just feels like a struggle. Oh, nice! You can see the big mountain from here. Oh yeah, one other thing I forgot to show is I was working, plopping some roads in over here in this town that I've yet to name. And I was also working on this seawall here and straightening it out a little bit. I have some work to do. I'll probably actually just end up relaying it, and then I'm going to lay one above it and put the road itself up here. Have it come down. And probably what I'll be doing next is going through and plopping textures in through here and putting some sparse grass, and maybe maybe putting in some woods back behind the airport to help break some of the wind to make it not so shitty. Just kind of hate to do because it just might ruin that view. I mean, and what a view! I mean, very nice. Anyways, I do appreciate y'all for watching and joining me on this and listening to my ramblings and me bitch about literally anything and everything. So if you have any questions or comments, leave it down below. If you have anything you'd like to know about Kaldvann, or if you have any questions about Kaldvann, anything you'd like to know about Kaldvann, feel free to ask. Be glad to answer any questions. I gotta finish looking up the damn traffic lights. I also wish they'd still work when you're in Surveyor. That's something I miss. Being able to like go into Surveyor and see my traffic lights actually work. Like, I don't know why that's something that bugs me, but something I wish I could see. What happened here? Oh, it's the shadow. Oh, I was confused. I'm like, what the fuck is that? This has to be a bitch of a intersection, especially with the traffic light timing. Now that I'm thinking about it, this way is going. Okay, they're getting the yellow. Red, which way goes now? Left turn here, left turn there. Okay. Both getting, that's way, oh wait, that way's getting the yellow. So this way goes now. Why did they both get to stay? Sorry, I'm just looking. Now that this is working, I'm just kind of looking and seeing how this is all working out. Sorry, so that turns to yellow. that goes back to green? Huh. Wouldn't it have just made more sense to have the left turns go and then just have the straights go? Because if that's making a left and this is making a left, why does that left get to keep going, and the straight not get and the straight get to go, but this straight not get to go? But then this left gets to go again, and then this straight gets to go again. It would just make more sense to make the left turns go, and then have the straights go. Now who gets to go? Oh, I think this is a crosswalk period. Oh, no, not that way it's going. Huh. Just gonna walk away before I get sucked in anymore. Did I actually do the timing over here? I did. So the side street gets to go. Okay. I wonder, did I set this up on this circuit? I did. I did. One district runs off an entire circuit. I don't think I set this one up, though. Very odd. Why didn't I set that up? Right. Left turns are going to get to go. Oh, I'm sorry, Dobes. See, I gotta add some noises down in here to make this sound lived in. Because without sounds, it just sounds bland. Obviously, because there's no sound, so it can't sound like anything, because there's no sounds to be made. Wonder how's this traffic light's all working out, because I have it all moved around and effed up. Like, none of the timings on this light work. I got your butt. I scratch your butt. Didn't do that traffic light yet. I haven't even put this traffic light in yet, because that's going to be a nightmare. I mean, it shouldn't be actually too bad. Although it looks like there is no left turn. I don't think I allowed a left turn there. Which I guess is okay. Because then you can just go around. It's very... I don't know, I think I don't know if I messed up the traffic, but it's very odd how I set it up in some places. So from what it looks like here, these are just dual right turns. But it's just, what right turn are you making? Are you making... From the left lane, you know, you can go in the... You can only go this way. But in the right lane, you can go in that lane as well, or you can go directly right. But if you're coming over here, you can either go straight and right, or you can go in this lane and make the dual lefts. Which I suppose that should be solid. And here you can go straight, make a left, you can go right, you can go straight. Here you can make a left and come back around. You can make whatever left you really want. Or you get dual straight and a right turn. So I think for this circuit it would be right, straight, and right. Then they would go red. Then I would probably allow this way to go with the left turns. Then I go red with the left. Continue. No, I wouldn't continue that because they need to make their left turns. So I would allow... I'd probably just let this way go red. Then I allow this way to go red, and then let this way make its left turns. So it'd be a 1, 2, 3. It'd be four movements. Ooh, but the bigger thing is it's gonna be all latched up together. I wonder if I could get this whole thing onto one circuit. I feel like it's gonna be a mess if I do. Because I forgot about that. This is all really one big intersection. Like, it's one really big intersection. I probably should have just done a roundabout, to be honest with you. Because, yeah, I don't think I'm going to actually be able to do any of this all in the same circuit because there's so many different movements. Like, I could do a straight green for this way and a straight green for this way. But, well, the left turn here... I mean, it's kind of a straight, though, and then the right turn. You have to allow left out of here. So the straight and right would have to go this way. Maybe there can't be a left turn here. And if you wanted to make that left, you should have gone this way. Yeah, because I think it'd be too much to allow for a left turn here. I mean, realistically, all these intersections are just all fucked. I mean, there's just a lot going on. I mean, intersection here, big intersection up here, another big, very important intersection up here, intersection there, a clusterfuck of intersections here. You know, you got Olaf Eriksson Gata, coming this way. You have one of the main boulevards coming through here. You got another important road that comes this way. On top of that, then you have the sports complex. So it's going to be light, light, light. Big lot of light. So the only way I could see this working, and I actually have to try it out in Traffic Precedent Manager or something on City Skylines and see if I can't replicate it. But, so when this way goes and this way goes, I could do a green this way so the traffic can flow. don't know if I can do a green. I could do a green for like this lane for the traffic that's going that way, because they could continue to flow. Well, I guess the question is there a lot of traffic flowing down this road, which I don't necessarily think there would be. A lot of my traffic flow is coming from this way, because this avenue can't continue on due to traffic issues and the worries of a big traffic intersection there. So they ended up pushing. Um, yes, I know, Toby. I'm gonna be finished now, buddy. Because the intersection used to go this way, but due to traffic issues and congestion, they ended up just making it go this way. So the lovely traffic engineers ended up routing traffic to the left. If you wanted to go this way, like if you wanted to go down this road to continue on down the boulevard, you have to go up to this intersection, hang a left, and then come around. It's very annoying. Or you have to turn left here, come down this street, and then continue on. You can't go that way. Or if you need to go here, it's like, yeah, you need to come around, or you go up, over, come around. It takes forever to get around. This is how much ridiculous thought I put into this city, is how would the traffic flow? You know, how would the traffic lights work? How would all this stuff work? This is all the ridiculous thought I put into the city. And then you see, it's like I try to get off to go to bed, and then I get sucked in to figuring out how is a traffic light timing going to work, and how will the lanes flow. This is all the unnecessary things I do in this game. Like, so unnecessary things that I do in this game, just because I can. But I honestly think this area is just fucked. Like, I honestly think that this area is just absolutely fucked. I don't think there's going to be a lot of traffic coming this way. You know, off of this road here. Because this is such a small road right there. Also, this road's not named yet. But there's such a small amount of traffic coming down this road. It's just a 2-lane that yeah, it opens up to a 4-lane. But I don't think there's going to be a lot of traffic coming down it. There's going to be a lot of traffic coming this way, I think. But a lot of the bulk of the traffic is going to be coming this way. Yeah, they're going to be coming up from Eriksengata to make that left to come around. So the priority is going to be when this way goes green, this needs to be green, this needs to be green. So I think it's going to be straight this way. This will remain red. This will remain red. This will remain red. So then this way will turn red. This lane will turn red. Then I believe I'll go a green signal here. This way we'll be able to turn green, make their left. I think what I'll actually do is I'll allow the left here. I'll allow a left here, so they can make a left turn into here. This way can go. So this way can go. Then these lanes will turn, or the left here will turn. left here, we'll turn, actually, wait. I'll do left, left, then this way can go left. Yeah, this traffic light will turn green. So this way can get its traffic out quickly. So those will turn red. This will turn red. It's not a very long movement. Actually, no. Scratch that. So these ways can make their left turns real quick. Get them out of the way. They'll go red. Then this way will open up green. So this lane right here will be red, because not a lot of people are going to be making that turn back. Yeah, so that will go green. They'll be able to move about however they need to. It'll go red. Then that can go left. Then, yeah. Anyways, I need to go to bed. So, before I do anything else, thank you guys for watching. I will talk to y'all in the next one. Actually, I don't want to save that because, well, I don't need to do anything. I will talk to y'all in the next one. Take care.